Alright, we are back for some more Satisfactory fun. So I'm going to be do some cleanup at the oil refinery and get our turbo fuel factory actually turned on, even though some of them seem to have turned on their own. So I'll take a small amount of cable with me. We're also gonna have a little fun with I'll try to have some fun with the railroad for our turbo fuel stuff. Let's see, what do we got in our overflow? Nothing. Okay, that's good. All right, so we're gonna grab some steel beams. That should be enough of those, and some steel pipes. And we'll grab some concrete and foundation making material, just in case I need it. And because right now our turbo fuel generator is set up with a bi-directional train, and well, I want it to go actually in a full circle, you know, and enjoy more of the underwater scenery. Yeah, so like I said, on the last, I did some offline cleanup, just all cosmetic. So I got that building buttoned up, and I got a couple other buildings buttoned up. Nothing too spectacular or involved. Save all the fun stuff for the stream. And he's not stopping, so at some point I'm going to figure out a hypertube set to go from here over to the different areas. But yeah, so there's the new turbo fuel generator. I'll just go ahead and catch a train the rest of the way. And I'm not sure exactly why, but for some reason, some of these generators actually are getting enough pressure to actually power on or to accept the fuel. So we're going to go ahead and get it all turned on right now. And that will be done via a cable right here. That should activate all the pumps, and we should see all these bad boys come to life. You should see smoke coming up from every smokestack, which is good. So we now have all of our 80 turbo fuel generators online, which will now and we only have, so we're still overproducing on that side. Now as far as my train is concerned, so this is where we're gonna have a little bit of fun. It's gonna be a bit, yeah, it'll be a little challenging to see how this goes. So you get to the good, yeah, that one there. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. This water here is just a little too deep. Let me go ahead and get foundation over here so I can. No, I don't need a ramp. We've got ourselves a foundation over here. See if we can. Yeah, it's just, it's too deep. I can't get a good, yeah, this is gonna be a little tricky. Alright, let's go and set ourselves up with a, well, I don't know, something that I can get down and delete. And something I can preferably float over. See. I gotta hover just over the water. Can't go. Gotta be careful here. So where's my edge at? There's my edge. So I can, as long as I don't go past that, that should be okay. That's what's giving me power right now. All right. Okay, let's get a little bit closer to the water. Unfortunately, this is not going to cooperate with me that much, I can see. That's okay. It'll be like a it's underground. It's an undersea roller coaster ride that hopefully I don't die trying to make. No, you know what? Something just dawned on me. That I may not be able to. I don't know how deep that goes. I just gotta watch my power. Because if I hit the ground, I'm kind of screwed. Or if I hit the water, I'm kind of screwed. So what I need to do here is I need to give myself some. It makes me look like I'm moving. I need to give myself some extra foundation here. So, oops, in case I come crashing into the water. How high above the water are you? Okay, so Where's the train track at? That's the next question. Okay, cool. Here. And this train track is going to basically break all laws of physics, in the sense that this is the one exception I'm making to my clipping rule, and that it's going to be able to clip through sediment and other shit like that. So what they needed in this game is they needed fishies. So I'm just trying to reach out, see if there's anything to sit on out there. It doesn't look like it. Now the fun part is going to be coming underneath the refinery. But that's going to be probably the one and only area where it actually will ride a lot on the ground. There's a couple areas that it does, but for the most part this thing is staying completely under the water in some capacity. Now the one downfall of it going under the water is there's a bug in the game that if the train track, or maybe it's just a train, well if the train goes in, so does the track obviously, but if it goes in the water, it bugs out your UI. But now that I know the easy fix on it, it's not that big of a deal. And that's basically just jump into photo mode real quick and I'll resolve that issue. The thing that's really going to suck is going back and cleaning this up. But once the track is laid, it shouldn't be that hard to do. I just hope I have enough building material for this, really. Alright, so now we gotta start making our curve around the island over there. If we're lucky, we can get some more, we can get some, what do you call it? Hit some more land. Or shallower land, I should say. Let's see. No, nothing shallow yet. We gotta go around the water. Extractor's over there. And then start turning inward. I think we can go up to the spire maybe. I was hoping to get a little bit more on the ground. Well, there's a little bit of a dip we can do. But go ahead and send that over anyhow. But we might be lucky now and or not. Nope. Just a little bit of a just a little bit of a dip. Damn it, that sucks. And this here, this foundation, I'm probably actually going to just end up clearing this off stream via the interactive map editor, just because of ease of targeting. Alright, so now we're gonna maybe one. Oh man, I'm almost out of building materials. Any chance it's getting shallow over here? No. Alright, let me go let me backtrack and at least I can reclaim some of this upper foundation. Yeah, I was in really didn't know exactly what to how much foundation I was gonna actually need on this. So I should have oh, you can also do something else real quick. Clear that list. So I think as long as I stay over this foundation, should have enough juice for the reclaiming of materials. There's a couple areas that are a little where I did have the train dip down a little bit. And then the other thing I gotta do is I gotta move the actual train station on the other side. So this top or foundation will be able to pull out. It's just the one under the water that we won't be able to. Okay, so we'll go up to this point here. Oops. So what I'm looking at doing as far as the refinery cleanup is concerned is kind of a, I don't know. I'm either looking at preparing it for update 6 and using it to be a refinery set for making rifle and stuff like that, rifle ammo and stuff like that, or I'm going to use it to make I'm actually leaning towards plastic and rubber, and then also a combination of recycled plastic and rubber, depending on how much fuel I can get out of the process. I'm leaning more towards being heavy on rubber than being heavy on the on rubber versus what you call it. Okay, I think we can turn in. Yeah, we should be able to turn in. Yeah, heavy on the rubber side. Just because. Why not? And so that process is basically going to be having a mixture of plastic and rubber made. And then what we do is there'll be a heavy crude left over from the manufacturing process. That will be turned into fuel, which will then be combined in a refinery with plastic and or rubber to make the opposite. Alright, are we getting any shallower here? Doesn't look like it, not just yet. Good thing is we'll be able to go for a train ride under the water here in a few moments, sort of. Alright, so I'm gonna start, go out maybe one more zoop, and then I think a 45 from there should work. What I'm hoping to do is find some shallow. Okay, cool. We got some shallow stuff here now. Sort of shallow, semi-shallow. Hopefully it'll stay shallow. And actually go ahead and let's go ahead and reclaim this. Just so I don't run out of material again. Because as far as actually the weapons making portion of it, I think what I'm going to do is I'll do that on the closer to the desert side, because there's some oil and sulfur nodes over there that I can tap into, as opposed to over here, which don't really have much sulfur left to utilize, because I'm using a good chunk of it in the turbo fuel factory. Also need to clean up underneath this bauxite aluminum scrap refinery area. Not sure if I'm gonna like fully button it up underneath or just get rid of the foundation material. So we'll play that one by ear, but that will also be doing this playthrough here, because that will be part of the cleanup. Alright, so I gotta go curve around and over that way, which kind of heading. All right, so it's shallow enough that I can hover over it. Now there's an acid blaster over here. Gotta be wary of him. Let me see how I want to run this from here. All right, so we want to stay along the water's edge. The ass blaster's over there somewhere. So gotta be careful of him. That's really our biggest concern. That's high enough. That conveyor belt is high enough where the train won't be bothered by it. Alright, so have this guy come back into the station. And then like I said, what I gotta do is I gotta have the station, and we'll do this on his next unload. Or after he departs the station. But I need to take this and move it on the other side, so it's technically an actual ring as opposed to a bi-directional. And I need him to fully depart the area, because this is actually powering powering the train up. Because I don't have the other train station hooked up to the turbo fuel factory. Let me just wait till it dips all the way down. All right, and then I gotta be careful now because I killed that. My that's interesting. Pretty sure I didn't connect that over to power, so our train should stop here. Maybe. There it goes. That's what I was waiting for, that to happen. Ooh, I don't know if I've got enough cable for this. I brought a whole spool of cable. Okay, I just gotta get over here. Now the train's not gonna know where to go. Because from a bi-directional standpoint, it's looking for a train station facing the other direction. Oh yeah, the other thing I did is I did a nice little paint job on the turbo fuel stuff, just to make it stand out and make it red. All right, so let me go ahead and get this rail reconnected over here. All right, so now the train itself, it'll do its unload. And it may actually come around. No, it won't come around here because this train station here hasn't been named yet, and therefore it's not on the timetable. Oh, and you know what? I need to customize this. There you go. Alright, so this is gonna be turbo fuel refinery. Alright. Timetable, refinery, save changes. Alright, so it should now start to move here in a second. Okay, you should start to move here in a second. Come on. There we go. Next station. You've got a connection. The entire roundabout should be good. Alright, so power-wise also, I want to take a look at that too, but... Okay, there it goes. Now it's starting to move. It just, I guess, took a few seconds. Alright, so our power production... 97. Oh, damn it. I got rid of the wrong one. So actually it's 42. And I didn't get rid of the wrong one. I just, on my little cheat sheet here, 150 by 42, 3. There we go. So I'm actually, something's wrong here. This power seems too high. It seems high by... So we got 20, 40, hold on. I did 20, 40. Wait, how many did I do over there? It's 10. 10 on low, 10 on high. That's 20. 4 back is 4 times 20 is 80, right? Equals 50 times. Oh yeah, something just seems off with this power. All right. We're gonna go for a ride, but still 976 97600 97650 97650. That's the base power. All right, we're gonna go for a little ride here just to see how this is. Actually, let me do this real quick. Let me turn off self-driving. And so now I've got the bug, but I want to get rid of this rear train car. That cracks me up. Now, if need be, I can add that freight or that locomotive back, and basically have it face the other way. But I'm still trying to figure out where my power overage is. All right, here. It's going to use up a lot of power initially. So yeah, we may add a second train car in the back just to help it get up to speed a little bit faster. I can't add it to the front because if I add it to the front, then all the freights will be off. So we'll do that. We'll add a second train on the front or on the back, just to help push it. I can tell it's struggling. Now we may even give it an extra. I don't have the material on me to do an extra. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just turn off its self-driving for a moment. All right, so let's go ahead and add a rear engine facing that way. That should help it get a little bit more startup speed. I mean, you got to figure it's got 20 cars here, full of shit. So it's a pretty decent size amount of weight behind it. All right. So while this is doing its little train thing, let me see where is this extra coming from? I'm miscalculating something. So there's 750 extra power, and I don't know where that extra power is coming from. Oh, yes I do. Yes I do. I have a couple fuel generators on the other side that are not disconnected yet, so they're still technically working as in providing power temporarily. They will be getting removed here shortly. All right, so now we're gonna go for underwater train ride. We should get up to a little bit more, some better speed. And now we're under the water. So peaceful. Unfortunately, a lot of it's, more flat than anything else because of the foundation. This is just too difficult you can't really build under the water. You're limited on how deep you can go with respects to you being able to build stuff. Now, granted, if I would have come a little bit closer to the shore there, I could have kind of clipped off the edge of that. There's the underside of the fuel extractors. I mean, there's nothing wrong with an electric locomotive, going under the sea, right? That's a little foggy there. That's interesting. Well, we may have clipped through a rock there, but again, this is the exception for the clipping with respects to my my building. All right, cool deal. Yeah, so I forgot. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 3, 4, 5. No, 5. So that's 750. They got 5 refineries online right now. And that's what's doing our that extra 750 power. All right, so for the cleanup, we're going to be essentially wiping out all these refineries here and all these fuel generators, because essentially there's nothing, these are not needed anymore. What I will probably do is I may clear cut this forest over here. See, tempted to clear cut this forest and push this over. Because I can clear cut it and move it over up to roughly here. So I gotta leave room for that there, obviously. So I can clear cut it up to roughly this foundation here. I can, yeah, so I can clear cut roughly to that point there. And then I'd have to move those water extractors back, which really shouldn't be, be a little bit of a pain. So I can do that, or I can just leave these as is and just leave that island there. These guys here I can move, get rid of altogether, seal up this floor. This processing node here, I think what I may do is, instead of it doing its stuff here like this, right over there is where it's being mined, so I can actually just have it processed over there, and then I could have it droned over to the main base. That'll give me all this area here. Now here's the, well, okay, so as long as I don't destroy the power poles, I should have floating power in the area, theoretically. I need to redo all these power poles also, just because they need to be wall attached units. Alright, so let's go ahead and let me make sure I got room on me, first of all, and also get onto that. Now, how much room do I have on me? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wipe out all these refineries here. And then we'll take out all these fuel generators. Stay near the center line. Or stay near the power lines, I should say. Yeah, that sink needs to stay. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of these pipes. So I've got one pure, which is that right there. One normal, which is back there. For crude oil. So that's a total overclocked 900 crude oil. Now if I divide it up properly, actually, let me think here. If I have it do exclusively rubber, I think. Yeah, so we have to do, if we do exclusively rubber puts out more heavy oil residue than plastic. Because, you see here, so rubber gives you 20 oil residue when being made versus 10 from straight crude. So what we do is, we exclusively make rubber. Just because that'll give us the most out of it. Then, with the combination of some rubber, we can actually turn around and make plastic, because we can take that heavy oil residue and turn it into fuel, and then it's a 1-to-1 ratio of fuel to fuel to rubber for making plastic. I think that's what we'll do. Because if I go the other way and just exclusively make plastic, it'll give me half as much of the heavy oil residue stuff, which means I won't be able to make that much fuel to make the plastic or rubber. I'm trying to do this without, without deleting the walls. Or foundations for that matter. Then what the plan is for the plastic, excuse me, for some of the rubber, not plastic. Some of the rubber will be used over at the desert factory potentially to help make some stuff for the turbo motors. I just gotta be careful here because I don't want to accidentally demolish through the wall magically and hit my damn train station. Now, as far as the turbo fuel generator, or as far as the turbo fuel refinery is concerned, it's technically overproducing. So right now I need in each leg roughly 24 and a half, 18 what you call per minute. So 18 per minute on each freight car. We're generating 45 per minute on this side. So it's gonna take its load right now. Then all of this entire line here should turn green in a minute, for roughly, I don't know, a few minutes. Just enough to backfill this. So let's see how much it emptied real quick, because all these should roughly be the same. So this basically pulled about 55, 60. So all these guys will turn green for, like I said, about 2-3 minutes, and then they'll all go yellow again. And so we're gonna have to make a trip over to the other, back to main base here in a minute, so I can go get some overclocking crystals. And actually, I think what we'll do, excuse me, before we do that, we'll go ahead and actually, we'll rework this over at its location. There's a big bubble right there. I can see his back. Yeah, so we'll do a rework on the Catrium thing before we demolish this, just so this can continue to produce its stuff. Actually, let me see here, because these. But you didn't just sink that, did you? Wait. Why are you sinking that? That should be coming over here. I have those being sunk. Why do I have those being sunk? You guys can come over here and feed these for a little bit. Yeah, oh well. I mean, it's only putting out how much? 60 per minute. How much do you guys need? 40, so I could only do one of those machines. But yeah, so here's the 5 power generators that was throwing me off. All right, so let's see what type of node this is real quick. Actually, let's just make it easy. Let me look at the interactive map and see what type of node it is. And then we'll base it off that. Because what we'll do is get some more turbo motors made up. And upgrade it to Mark III miner. Okay, so that is a pure on a Mark II. Okay, so we'll upgrade it to Mark III. And I think I have to set it to what, 1.25 essentially to get the 780 out. And then we'll leave the belt here. Essentially, we'll bring some, we'll upgrade this belt here. What type of belt is this? That's a Mark III belt. We'll upgrade this belt to a Mark V. And we'll have it feed that for the time being. But let's see here. On a 780, this is actually bringing the actual raw ore in. 780, divide that by 45. So 17 foundries, or smelters, whatever the hell these are. 17 of those. Will get me what I need. We'll process that, and then 17 by 15 is 255. So just out of curiosity, Mark III belt. What's the Mark III belt speed? I think Mark III is a 240, isn't it? 270. So technically, I can leave the belt alone. I mean, it has to obviously move, but is all this a Mark III? Yeah, so Mark III is 270, so I can technically leave the belt speed alone and just adjust where it goes. I just need to set up 17 smelters or foundries. What are these things? Smelters. 17 of those with the applicable merges and separators and splitters and all that other fun shit. And so that'll start sending a lot more ingots back to the main base. I'm gonna see if I can catch a train. The water train's on its way out. I don't know if I'll be able to catch him in time. Maybe be able to catch the caboose. Oh, no, that's not the water train. Wait for me, you bastard! No, is the water train getting ready to leave? Is there a water train here? No, there's no water train here. Alright, so we'll go get material, set upgrade that miner, and we'll set up a satellite station. We may or may not, what do you call it? Drone it from there. We'll come to that in a moment. And actually, while this is going on, I'm gonna grab me something to drink, so I'll be right back. Oh, perfect timing. All right, so go drop off some stuff and grab some more stuff. I also need to look at expanding the creation of my radio control units, because they're going to be needed to build some stuff down the road as well. But that's where the good supply of rubber comes in. And so really, you know, that all those turbo fuel generators I just created, it's really a waste. In the sense that, you know, I don't need the turbo fuel generators technically. Because I've got the nuclear power online, so I could actually utilize that oil for something else. But it's built now, so okay. So we're gonna need 17 foundries, or smelters. Smelters, because we're taking one ingredient, that takes two. So 17 of these. I'll let it autosave. Alright, so 17 of those. We're gonna need to upgrade our power over there, so we'll grab like a dozen or so of these, and obviously some power line. A couple hundred should be fine for that. And you know, I don't know, a dozen or so of these. You know, we're gonna encase the building, and we'll go ahead and upgrade the belt up to a full 5. No big deal on that. So we'll grab 300 of this, just a good round number. We're gonna need let's see, treating it as an 18, so that's 3, 6. So probably about, let's just say for the sake of argument, 20 of these. And actually I could technically do inline mergers for this. So we may just do that, which would also need 16 of those. And then obviously we're going to need, we may need a handful of these. So let's go ahead and just like 30 of those. We're not going to need any of those, but we are going to need foundation material, so we'll grab foundation material independently. Oh, we are going to need a Mark III miner. I should have the turbo motors up here for this, but I do have some extra turbo motors, I think. If not, we'll actually, did I have turbo motors being made in here? I thought I did, so let me check. Yeah, I did. So I'm going, how many turbo motors do I need, and I'll dump the rest. Actually, just go ahead and dump them, and we'll just get them off the shopping list. All right. All right, so cable, concrete. And we're gonna grab extra concrete. We'll grab what we need plus total 5 stacks is what I'm gonna take on that. All right, let's go down here to the eyes. The eyes have it. Do those. Alright, so I got portable miners down here. I don't know how many I have left, but I'm gonna need to upgrade some of these, I think. I'm only taking one because that's a Mark II already, so I'll be getting back material for it. Oh, sorry. Supercomputers. Let's see. Build pipes. I'm gonna have to refill this. Quick wire and wire. Let's see what else we need. Turbo motors, a whopping 3. I'll take 3. I don't need to take a full stack of how many of this. Iron plates, the sheets, the fused, and that's it. So it's gonna take 2, 3. Take some extra of those, and then fused. Go ahead and take that, and then take these sheets here, and we'll take a little extra just in case. All right, that should be enough material. Let me just double check here. All right, so that's good. Oh, and then, oh, I need a overclocking crystal. Or actually, I need 3 because... And actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and make some more crystals. Might as well use all these slugs up and make them, right? Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna sit here and do... Let's do it this way. Put these away for now, put those away for now. And I'll just do this. But I think I can do this here. Yeah. Oops. No power. How do you not have power? Did I accidentally? How does this not have power? How do you not have power? I'm not, you know, this doesn't need to be on. That shouldn't have to be on at all because it's not connected to anything, which means you've got power, which means you should have power, which means you should have power, which means you should have power, which means you... Is it inside? Is that where the power issue is? Apparently so. Somehow I lost my power connection there, got deleted. Which also makes me wonder, does this thing not have power either? Yeah, it doesn't have power either. How in the hell did that happen? Wait, that was connected. Hold on. What are you connected to? Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't know what that's connected to, but... Well, it was connected. No, that was connected. It just, for some reason... Somehow this internal power, these internal power cables got disconnected. Let me see what that looks like. I'll let that clip through as long as it's not showing. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure on how that happened, quite honestly. And I know he's got power because I can see the green light, so that was weird. Alright, anyhow. Don't know. Okay, I got the crystals I need though, right? Yeah. Actually, I don't need 13 of them, I just need 3 of them, so go ahead and put some back. Excuse me. Alright, let's go build this, upgrade this cat site so we can, clean up the, more of the refinery area. And there's a train that we can hitch a ride with, so. Now, as far as the refinery over there is concerned, ooh, if I'm fast enough I can catch this. Because this refinery here is set up to, essentially it's able to build out so that it can technically feed 200 turbo or 200 generators. I mean, so I could technically cut what it's being fed, or we just hell, I'll just leave it alone because I can expand my turbo fuel stuff just because. And he said, well, you know, where's the snake? I think the snake's in the train station right now. Yep, there it goes. Alright, so we're gonna go to that cat site, upgrade it. We'll do that first so we can get the belts a little bit ran differently for that. Because in fact, what I could do, instead of the belts coming down that walkway like it's doing now, I can actually have it drop underneath and tie in where it's already tie in right there. This way I don't have to worry about this at all. I can leave the walkway, that's fine, because I can use that to, you know, walk over to the satellite station if I want. Now, I'm not, see, unlike what I did over on the desert side, I'm actually going to have this just do the flat cat ore, because we may turn this into normal wire. That's, I'm looking at you know, something for the turbo motors. I gotta be careful over in this area also, because this is right where the damn uranium drones are coming down at me. Oops. So I'm interested in to see how much nukage I get. Alright, so let's see. We're going to build this thing, and we're gonna clip through this shit for temporarily. So I think what I did before, they did 1, 2, 3, 4 or so. I should go one more. And I'm gonna need power here also for me to float. But let me see here. The damn drones are radiating me every time they fly by. Alright, so let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. I did. Let me look at my interactive map, see what the foundation was for my desert satellite ones. I think it was 15 on the bottom, 17 on the top. Or 15 on the bottom, or I don't remember. It's the same amount on the smelting side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, the 15. Our output's going that way, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 takes me into the trees. So we'll use this. We'll do our center line right here. And so it's the 7, 1. So here, so that's 2. So take this out 6. This is our center line. And then 8 that way. And 8 that way. Alright, so that's our foundation base for the satellite station. Those damn uranium drones. Alright, so this is our center line here. We want orange zip just like that. So center. And I somehow stacked that. I don't know how. Drones, you're flying in a no-fly zone. So 2, 3. I need power up here so I can move around. Well, as long as they do a quick flyby, they're not going to bother me. All right, so that's center. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold on. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 2 spaces, 2 spaces. Okay. Actually, is that right? 17? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that's right. So why is this? Did I miscount this? "15 foundations." That's right. These are smelters. You know what it is? I built out an extra line of foundation. That's what it is. No big deal. Just go ahead and get rid of those real quick. All right. So we do a loop back. Actually, no, we don't do a loop back. Yeah, we'll do a loop back, even though it's not really going to be a big deal. All right, so splitter there. One, 2, 3. 1. This is 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, that's 3. 1, 2. 3, 1, 2. This guy turns and faces that way. No, he faces this way. All right. Then we have another splitter here. And then another splitter here. And then we have a splitter in the middle on that row there, on that seam. Is that right? Yeah. No, not on the seam. One over, right there. Alright, so now go ahead and get these close ones connected. And we're just gonna go ahead and do these little turns like that. That's fine. I'm not all that worried about the precise turns for this. It's uniformed. All right, so then on this side, we have power cable over here. This side we're going to do inline merge set, just because the volume of this is going to be low. Well, semi-low. Now this is a waste of mergers, technically. Ah, screw it. We'll do it the right way. That's fine. It's not like I'm hard up for space here, so we'll go ahead and have it merge the other way. All right, so essentially mergers are going to go on the same, just opposite of the splits. So a double on this one, single here, Single on that one. Double on this one. And then single here. And then on this line. Like so. Let me just double check you. Yeah, you're in the right spot. All right. And get these connections done here. Oh yeah, also gotta do the splitter tier connections as well. And then let's see, you go to that one. And then we put a merger right here, because come down this way to roughly right there. And that's going to loop back the split. And then let's see here. I don't know if I can rotate you around. So we'll do it right here. All right. Now let me get these all configured. Let's just alternate. Okay, yeah, the alternate is good if you need the silica, but I was looking at possibly using that in my refinery for what's making the aluminum scrap right now, and overall I actually lose production on that, because with the same amount of material I make roughly 120 or 130 less. Alright, sorry. Alright, so those are configured. We're gonna do power for these. Let's see, I think I did a, for this one here, was it a 5 5. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. How about I just look at my interactive map and see how I did this? How did I do power on this? I did a 5 2 1 2 5. No, yeah, 5. So 5. So 1 2 3, and we'll put it right behind the splitters on the grate, lined up with your. I think I lined up with the. No, I lined up on the center. All right, so we'll do it that way. We'll have it mimic how the other one was. So a 5, and then a 3. So that's 1 2 3 4 5 1. So then right here on this guy here, And then that's this is the center dude here, so on him. Actually, it's gotta go on the grate. Not, yeah, on the grate. So you gotta go, you gotta move back one, Bubba. And then 1, 2 on the grate here. 3, 1, 2, 3 right here. All right. Now tie all these in together. So since we're not messing or dealing with the second floor or anything like that, we'll just have power on one side. Now, before we get this up and running, let's go ahead and, so right here, we're gonna drop it into the ground. All right, then this here, that'll do its autosave thing. So I may, well, so if I can do what you call it from here. I can do a drone from here. I can modify this for a drone easy enough. But for the moment, we're going to go ahead and just do a conveyor belt on it. Just gotta be careful of. I don't know if there's a. I hear them. I think I saw. I think these are shooters or spitters. So just gotta be careful of those. All right, so essentially, this guy here is. How do I want to do this, actually? Now I'm contemplating how I want to do this. Because this guy here is going to main base, but this here is merging with an existing cat or cat ingot. It's merging with an existing cat ingot. So what we're actually going to do here, I'm going to basically throw out some additional power lines so I can do this temporarily. And what we're going to do is we're going to have this walkway here. You know, we'll still keep the walkway. Like I said, I'll clean up this power later because I'm planning on potentially putting a wall up here, maybe. In fact, this walkway is actually going to drop down. So yeah, so these power poles here are just going to be for me to float. To flute my boot. All right, so we're going to go ahead and kill Damn it. Alright, let's do this. Let's get the new walkway installed first. Along with the new, so, I'm gonna have a door here. That's where we put the door, right? Yeah, door. Don't like that. No, I don't like that at all. No. You know, if you want to stick in ups, if you want to go on that side, that's fine. You know. But anyhow, so you're gonna have a door here. All right, and then we'll do a foundation from here, and what we'll do is we'll build the wall as we build wall and power as we go. Or actually no, so I can float. We'll build the foundation first. And then we're gonna build a I think it's just a one level wall. Yeah, so we'll build a 1 level wall. The belt is gonna go underneath this. Be very, very careful in this area. Because like I said, there's a shooter mob in the area here. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go wipe out this foundation here because I got floating poles set up so I can float here. Yeah, back in the old school days when I had to do a foundation and a ramp to do that. Alright, so gonna go. We'll go ahead and do this double ramp here, just to make it look nice-ish. And then this one here is actually going to be a normal ramp. Don't even think about it, jackass. All right. And now let's get a wall set up. Now you know what's gonna be fun? I'll tell you what's gonna be fun. What's gonna be fun is, oh, I need inverted walls there. Whoop. Watch that power. What's gonna be fun is the damn going the conveyor belt underneath this thing. Simply because of those jackass mobs. Well, it zooped on me. I didn't realize it zooped on me. That's okay. All right. Now we need inverted. And it's actually okay that it zoops on me because it, I'm gonna need some of that anyhow. Well, some of it. Alright, so now, and then also obviously we need it underneath. And actually, it may not run on the outside. It may actually. I think I'm going to do the side side wall ramp. I think is what I'm going to use. All right. So then go back to this ramp here, so we can have our slope. And actually, I may even have it run inside. Okay, so that goes to normal. Now, in order for that to work, let me go ahead and clear out some of these. Oh, I need to clear that one out there. I need another set here. And then I need another one there. Alright, and get rid of that one there. Alright, so in order to do this, we get a wall set up down here. And then technically I can use the floor. But we'll do this. Alright, so plan on having it come in right there. Damn it, too long, you bastard. See, this is what I'm not a fan of this because you can't angle these, so it makes it you got a little lump there, and I don't like that personally, but right now we'll go ahead and put, oh shit, that ain't gonna work. Forgot about that. That won't work. Alright, so we're gonna do it on the outside then. Because what I forgot about is, unlike the wall pipes and hover tube or hyper tube, whatchamacallit, what's that shit called? The conveyor pole stuff is actually there's specific points for it. Right, so now do I want to have this buttoned up underneath? Yeah, I do, I think. So alright, so now to get you in the right spot, so that's the right level, but let me see what this looks like here. Because I'm just looking here to see. Let's see if I can actually get a certain type of turn out of this, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I think that's the sharpest turn I'm going to get, and then I know it's not going to go all the way down. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 roughly. So 1, 2, we'll take it down 4, And then this is, take it down 4 more. You bastards need to stay the F back. All right. And then this guy here. Because actually, so you know what? Let's do this. Instead of having him drop down here and going all the way underneath the floor, we'll actually have him come over here and then drop. So right there, we'll have him drop right. I think that should work. That should give us a connection, right? That connects, okay. And then this guy here, I can connect to it. We'll let it go just like that. Perfect. All right, so now I just have to button up this one little hole here, or area right here, as opposed to having to run a, entire, what do you call it? You know, a whole bunch of foundation underneath here. And we'll leave it this wide. Watch that power, please. We'll leave it this wide just because if at some point I decide to change this to a drone, then it'll already, you know, I'll have the, you know, extra foundation just to do what I want to do. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to break this guy here just so that the belt will clear, because it's not like this is a crucial, it's not a crucial production item. I'm just going to do that so I can kind of clear it out, and then this will allow me to finish building this out some. We got the power set up for it. Well, the initial power. Then I put the walls up to finish that up. All right, so now go ahead and clear that off. Clear that off. Then we also have to do our ground foundations for this. Alright, let's go ahead and run our wall. Just be careful of those guys shooting. And who knows, we may or may not come back at a later time and change this to like a glass wall. Or put some windows in, who knows. But for now, it's going to be just a solid wall. Now the The belt will be visible on the outside. I mean, you know, but it'll be attached to the wall, so it'll be semi-legit in its run. Now we will be running power from inside here, so we're gonna have a double outlet here, a double outlet, because I got also to take in consideration the ceiling. So a double outlet's gonna go here. Because we only did. Let me just validate something. How I want to see how I ran this one. I ran it on the corner. Like so, okay. That's how we're pretty much going to do this as well. So we'll do it, we'll do it on this side. So right there. And then we're going to run this pretty much as far down as we can until it turns red, and then we're not going to destroy the other power until this is fully up and running. The next thing we're going to do is we'll finish the conveyor run on the outside wall. We'll put the roof on last. All right. Then now, this guy here is gonna be too high. And then we'll be doing a slanted, a 1 meter slanted roof. Well, either that or we're gonna do. Yeah, we'll do the 1 meter slanted roof. And if we, if we decide to change this to a, what do you call it, a drone setup later on down the road, then we can modify the roof. All right, so we're gonna do our traditional-ish we'll do our doubles. So on this row there, and that seam there, center line there, this guy here, and then here, then we do our corner connections. And then just kind of have it be the same. I'm going to put in the same increments on this side here as well. And then this one was center seam on that. And then this guy here. And then here. Then corner connections. And then corner connections. And then we need this guy here. Actually, I think I'm gonna move you up one more now that I think about it. I'm gonna have you come to right there. And Do it that way. You'll come up. All right, now you'll connect all the way around. What we'll do is, since this is not live power here right now, because we still need to get it tied in at on the refinery side, I'll go ahead and get it everything connected for the miner, so when the time comes, you just turn the mine or plug in the power and everything will get going. And then we'll come back and we'll clean up the floating poles. All right. So then each of these guys will tie back to their corresponding wall center. One, two, this guy here. All right, now let's go ahead and take this guy out here. And let's go ahead and put the new one down. All right. And then he essentially and actually, since we're going to go at an angle there, let's go ahead and kind of get you semi-angled. How about that? That's more semi head-on-ish. That's actually way off. Never mind. Try this again. Screw it. We'll have it be perpendicular. Now what I'm going to do though, just temporarily, I'm going to give me a foundation over here if I can. Just have this guy run straight. I mean, unfortunately, it's not. I wish I could get it snapped a little bit better. Actually, you know what? I can. Maybe. Let me see here. This may or may not work. Nah, it's still an offset snap. Damn it. What about this? Okay, that's the right height. Okay, let me just put that there for a second. Then bring this up. So roughly there. All right, so that should give us a semi. I mean, that's the closest we're going to get it. No, we can do better than that. If we move it, start it off just a hair. Start it back just a little further. So start it back, let's say, let's try that. Oops. What I'm looking for is that seam there to be in line with that seam there, so closer, but nope. Push it back just a hair more. Bring it forward a hair more. Gotta find this magic spot here. I think that's probably going to be as good as I can get it. Yeah, that's. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. It's got the curve that I want, so. All right. Then we'll have this guy here. Oh, you know I'm not gonna like that. You know I'm not gonna like that. We'll tie it to that, only because those two will clip. Alright, we'll let it autosave, and while it's autosaving, I'm gonna go grab me some more drinks, so I'll be back in a minute. All right, so let me go ahead and we're going to do the roof now. So 1 meter on this side. And then 1 meter on this side. And then a flat in the center. And then I don't know which way it's gonna, you know, because I'm not gonna put a double roof down. You know, I wish the roof had a you know, better design to it. And I don't want to use, I don't like the look of the steel roof personally, so. All right, now let's go do our edges. Oh. I hope that didn't zoop all the way down. I got it. I gotta look. Okay. Just want to make sure it didn't zoop on the inside. Okay, now I need the 4 meter roof. One all the way down to, I think, oh, I'm out of building material. No, no. Well. I'm gonna need to go get some more building material. Because yeah, let me see what do these logistic poles need? Yeah, because I'm gonna need poles for those as well, or plates for those as well. So actually, what I think we'll do for this, now that I'm thinking about it, we might turn this into wire, not cat wire, but normal wire. And then, because there's a recipe, let me see here. So we got this recipe here, but actually not wire, but I mean, turn it into this, and then that, we can turn into cable via this. Because we get more bang for our buck with this. So 100 per minute versus 30 per minute. Actually, let me pull up that recipe. So that is, because we're gonna need because we're gonna need cable for the high-speed connector. They need a lot of quick wire for the high-speed connector as well. So let me see here. That recipe uses, so this, no, not, wait, that one. No, this guy here uses 45 wire a minute and 30 rubber a minute to give me 100 cable a minute, which is a pretty good trade-off. We're also going to need quick wire, so we're doing 17 refineries, so 17 by 15, because each one of them will put out 15 ingots, 255. I could take, and let's see here, to make the wire, that alternate wire recipe, it requires 15 ingot a minute, gets me 120 wire out. So I don't need that many ingots out of the 255. I can turn around and have some go become quick wire. That combination of quick wire and cable can then be sent to the desert via drone or multiple drones, tied into the circuit board assembly that we have to make high-speed connectors. Yeah, I think we may do that. So we'll have a. Now the question is, do we want to do this up top? And so. Well, things are we're gonna need rubber, and so we're gonna need unless I'm gonna send rubber back up that conveyor belt, perhaps. We're gonna need rubber for the cable portion. The quick wire can be made by itself up there without any added products. The wire can be made by itself with no added products, but the cable, I'm gonna need a small supply of rubber, which we're gonna basically be making over here eventually, shortly. Because this cat ore wasn't making that many ingots, really. This guy here may be moving now that we're kind of cleaning up this area. And I may put him in the corner, possibly. Because we had 6. Let me see how many 6 we're making. 6, so 40. So we were making 90 ingots here a minute. So not that big of a deal. I've got another set of ingots being sent via train, so we're not really hurting for ingots. Yeah, I think that maybe what we want to do is have this do a quick wire cable thing. Because I'm going to need space for the refineries for the rubber, fuel, plastic stuff. All right, so let's kind of see here what we're dealing with. All right, so we got 255 ingot. All right, so let me pull up my little cheat sheet here. So we got 255 ingot coming off of 17 machines. So let me do it this way. So there's 15. All right, so now quick wire. So How many? Let me see here. How many? Let me look at my interactive map real quick. I thought I could be wrong on this, but I thought our circuit board manufacturing was 100 a minute, which is actually pretty damn high, actually. Let me just validate that. As my map decides to show me what I want to see. There you go. All right, let me see here. The circuit board manufacturing, I believe, was on the upper level. All right, so I believe, oops, and so much. All right, so I believe that was my circuit board manufacturing. 5. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20. So yeah, we're doing 100 circuit boards a minute. Now for the turbo motors, okay, so let me see here. Why do I need the high-speed connectors? I need the high-speed connectors. Why do I need high-speed connectors? What products? Those use circuit boards. That uses rubber, aluminum casing, crystal oscillators. For crystal oscillators use AI limiters or reinforced iron plates. So it's not that. If we go with the alternate recipe that uses circuit boards, so let's see here. What about for the? Are they needed for the pressure conversion cube? No, because that uses a radio control unit. Radio control unit uses circuit boards. Unless we go the computer route, because if you go the computer route, no, computer route uses. So do I need high-speed connectors? What did I need high-speed connectors for? Control rods, but that's a different thing altogether. They will be used later on for homing rifle ammo. I mean, they are an alternate for the radio control unit, but that alternate is a slower recipe. So I don't need high-speed connectors. Yeah, so I don't need high-speed connectors in any special capacity. So we've got the circuit boards that we're making plenty of a minute. Crystal oscillators, that's not that difficult to make. I can boost up production on those. Because the ultimate goal is to make 15 turbo motors a minute. And so for 15 turbo motors a minute, let me pull up my little cheat sheet here. We can go ahead and clear off all these other things, right? Yeah. Let me do something real quick before I forget. Let me just look at something here. All right. I'm gonna clear this off. All right, so the goal is 15 turbo motors a minute. All right, so that's essentially 4 assembler or 4 manufacturers for that. So 4 manufacturers. And so those 4 manufacturers will be taking in 1530 motors, which we got. We got that assembly parts done. We're gonna need 60 stators, which we've got that going as well, so that's not a problem. We're gonna need 180 packaged nitrogen gas. Not a problem. I've got that lined up. I just need to make some more canisters, but besides that, and that's just a one-time deal because the canisters are recycled. And the beauty is the canisters can be recycled on the same drone. So the drone that brings in the packaged nitrogen gas will take the empty canisters back so they can be refilled. So that's the beauty of that. Then the last thing we need are the pressure conversion cubes. So 1.875 by 4 is 7.5. So we have to round this up to 8. Pressure conversion cubes. All right, now these things, in order to make 8 of those, all right, that and there's only one recipe for that, so that's in 8 assemblers. We need, so set it. No, I'm sorry, wait, did I say 8? Yeah, because we're gonna need 8 and it makes it 1 a minute, so that's gonna require 8 fuse modular frames and 16 radio control units. Okay, so now the radio control units, the recipe that we're looking at doing potentially is one that does 4.5 a minute. All right, so we do 16, divide that by 4.5, that's 3.5, so we need a total of 4 manufacturers. This is for the radio control units. Those 4 manufacturers will need 6 crystal oscillators. It will need 60 circuit boards. It will need 360 aluminum casings. And then it's going to need a total of 180 rubber. That's to make the radio control units. Now for the aluminum casings, easy enough. Circuit boards, that's done. Crystal oscillator. We got 2 potential recipes for that. We can either, and one uses the AI limiter, and the AI limiter is made via copper and quick wire. So that there we can technically make that at a relatively high rate on the other side in the desert, because I do have some quick wire stockpile available, or we go via the reinforced iron plate, and that there is done via screws and iron plates or rubber. And I think I'll go with the iron plate or the AI limiter because I have a ton of copper over there. All right, so for the crystal oscillator, so we're going to need 6 of those using this other recipe. So 6 divided by 1.875. We're going to need total 4, right? Because we have to round up 4 manufacturers. And the manufacturers for this, so 4 times 1.875 round that up, so we're gonna need eight AI limiters. We're gonna need 4 times 18. Oops. 4 times 18.75. That's gonna be 75 quartz crystals. Which we may be able to tap into a supply that we already have for that coming in. And let's see, for rubber, 4 by 13.125. We're gonna need essentially 53 rubber. 52.5, but you know. All right, so that's for the for quartz emitters. Hold on a second. Crystal oscillators. Jesus. Hold on. Radio control unit. Yes, we're gonna need crystal oscillators for that, and we're gonna need. No, we're talking. No, we're not doing crystal. No, I'm sorry. Not crystal oscillators. Hold on. Ah, damn it. Radio control unit needs. Yeah, I just got myself all confused here for a second. So, assemblers, pressure conversion cube, 16 radio control units. Radio control units that we're going to go with need crystal oscillators. Those crystal oscillators. Yeah, AI limiters. Okay, that's right. Okay, so I'm good now. So then the AI limiters. So actually, let's put the AI limiters on the bottom half of this. All right, so the AI limiters, we need 8 of them, and the AI limiter recipe makes 5 a minute, so we'll need 2 assemblers, and with that, we're gonna need 50 copper sheets, and 200 quick wire. All right. Now the copper sheets, let me just look at that one. Copper sheets are, it's 2 ingots because it's 1 sheet. So we're gonna need 50 sheets. So we're gonna need 5 constructors. Constructors that are going to take in 100 copper ingot, and the copper ingot is a 1-to-1 ratio for making them. So 1 ore gives us what should we call it? But the copper ingots don't make it in. They're, I believe, a 15 or 30. 30. So we're going to technically need 4 smelters that will be taking in 120 copper ore. All right. Let's see. For the quartz crystals, backing up on that, for what we need. Quartz crystal. Now, there's 2 recipes for the quartz crystals that you can technically do. The raw quartz and water combo, which gives you greater output. Or the and actually, I think the quartz that we're bringing in now, because the quartz we're bringing in now is being used to make silica. So I don't recall. Let me see. Let me look at the interactive map, see how much we're actually bringing in. Because what I can simply do is just tap into that, overclock if need be. Because actually, I don't think we're even using all of the quartz now that I think about it. I think one of them, one of our, I think one of our trains isn't even being emptied. Just gotta let the map update. Excuse me. Let me see. As far as rubber is concerned, in total, there's 2 things of rubber that's needed. There we go. There's 2 things of rubber that's needed: a 180 and a 152. 180 and 180 and a 52.5. That's 232 rubber. Now I'm already flying rubber in, so you have to just be careful how much I'm pulling from the processing plant. All right, so from a course perspective, yeah, we're pulling 120, a 120, 3 120s. That's 3 120 on raw quartz. And I want to say our quartz train, I don't think we're offloading, excuse me, I don't think we're offloading our middle train. It's not being used at all, I don't believe. Let me scroll down on my map here to, so this is coal, this is quartz. Or maybe we're only using one. I have 3 feeds going up, but only one of them looks like it's being partially used at that. So I've got one that's really being used, and I've got 2 others that are partially being used. So as far as that's concerned, I think I've got enough quartz. I just have to tap in, get a water extractor, get some water, because how much water do we need for this alternate recipe? So if we need 75 quartz crystal, well, actually, you know what? Okay, so based on what we're looking at here, so we need 75 for what we're doing. Divide that by 22.5. That's basically 4. Let's say, let's round it up. 4 times 37.5. That's 150. You go the other method, the other route. So it's a 150 needed for one method. 75 divided by 52.5 is obviously, we have to round that up to 2. 2 times 67.5. We use 15 less quartz crystals, but we also need 150 water. So we'll go with the standard recipe, which is basically where we don't need any water. So that will require 4 constructors. And those 4 constructors will basically require 150 raw quartz. All right, and then let's see what else for the crystal oscillator. And rubber, AI limiter, so we're good on that. Copper sheets, we're good on that. Circuit boards are done with. Aluminum casings, those there, it's not that that's not that big of a deal. I don't think it is. Let me see here. Aluminum casings is made, there's 2 ways you can do it. And let me see which one gives us a better better result here. So we need 360. The standard recipe is 60 ingots or 60 casings a minute. So we need a total of six constructors, and each constructor requires 90. So one recipe is looking at 540. That's the standard recipe. The other recipe, the alternate, outputs 112.5 a minute. So that's 3.2. So round that up to 4. 4 times 150 is, well, 600. So if we use more, so I think the standard, and plus that alternate recipe also requires copper. So looks like we'll go with the 540 recipe as opposed to the 600 recipe. So for that, it's going to be 6 constructors that are taking in 540 aluminum ingots, and then rubber we're good on that. Circuit boards we're good on. So let me see here. Good on that. Good on quick wire. Good on that. But now the only other thing is the fused modular frames. How many of those am I actually making a minute? I don't know if I'm making 6 a minute. Or 8 a minute. I think I'm actually only making 6 a minute. So that's the. If we tune this recipe down to that, then that changes some of our numbers here. Let me take a look here, see how much we're doing. So in a blender, yeah, so we're doing 6 a minute. So if we tune this recipe down then to go on that, that's based on the pressure conversion cube. Alright, so if we tune it down to 6 conversion cubes a minute as opposed to 8, that basically brings us down 3.75 turbo motors a minute. So essentially we're looking at then 3 manufacturers. Okay, so now we're gonna basically reverse alter all this shit here. So if we do 3 manufacturers, so actually I'm sorry, so 3.75 by 3, so our 11.25 on that. So 3 minute. So now that's 7.5 times 3. So rounding up, 23 motors a minute as opposed to 30. 45 stators as opposed to 60. That's easy enough. Package of nitrogen, cut that into a third, so 120. Again, not a problem with that. And 6 pressure confusion cubes, which will require 6 assemblers, 6 fused modular frames, and then for the AI limiter, or for the radio control unit, taking away 2. So instead of 16, or taking away 4, excuse me, so instead of 16 it'll be 12 radio control units. Alright, let me go ahead. Radio control units. Got so much shit here. Close all the other tabs to the right. Let me walk through this again. Alright, so radio control unit then, if we're only going to do 12 instead of 16, that's going to with the recipe that we're looking at doing, which is the circuit board rubber recipe. So 12 divided by 4.5, so we're going to need 3 manufacturers. So 3 would give us 4.5 crystal oscillators a minute. So and then that's going to also give us, let's see, 3 by 15 is 45 circuit cards a minute. It's also going to give us 270 aluminum casings a minute and 120 rubber. All right, so let me go just mark down what I've updated so far. All right, so for the crystal oscillators then, if we're going to be making, we need 4.5 a minute now. Well, I see what the alternate recipe I was looking at, the high-speed connector, was if I did the heatsink high-speed connector quartz crystal radio control unit, which gets rid of the rubber, gets rid of the quartz crystal. It makes less because we're already making heat sinks, but we're not making heat sinks that quickly, so can't go that recipe. All right, so crystal oscillator, we need 4.5 a minute, and the recipe we're using puts them out at 8.75 a minute, so 4.5 divided by 1.875, so 2.4, so basically 3 for that. So now 3 by 18.7, damn it, 3 times 18 point, come on mouse, 0.75, we'll need 56.25 in quartz crystals, and then we'll need 4.5 in AI limiters, because that matches the that's a 1-for-1 for the output, and then 13.125 by 3, we'll need 39.375 on rubber. Now for the quartz crystals, under this reduced amount, we're doing the straight recipe, so we're going to do 56.25, divide that by 22.5. It gives us 2.5, so that's basically round that up to 3. And so 3 times 37.5 means we'll now need 112.5 raw crystal. That's easy enough. Not worry about the rubber. For the assembler, for the AI limiter, since we're going to need now 4.5, basically we're going to change down to 1 assembler, because the AI limiter manufacturing is 5 per minute and we need 4.5, so that's easy enough. That's going to be 25 copper sheets, and 25 copper sheets is going to require 3 constructors, because round up, but it's 10 per, and that's going to require 60 ingots, and 60 ingots will actually require, and actually this one here maybe give us an even amount, because 60 ingots is 120, so yeah, so it's the same amount, so same amount of ore. So 60 ingots for this, because that's an overage. So good on that part there. Now, because it'll still require 4 smelters taking 120 copper ore. Require, I've got a source on that, so I'm not worried about that. Circuit boards, we've got a source on that. The aluminum casings now, for that, since we're going from 360 to 270, using the standard recipe. The 270 divided by 60, it's 4.5, so round that up to 5. So 5 by 90 is now at 450 on the aluminum ingots. All right, so that's the updated recipe for that. Okay, so that's the plan. All right, so with that being said, now I'm going to have this place here. Does this place actually need to make anything that we're putting together? Because there's no wire. I mean, there's quick wire, and I've got to source that elsewhere. Yeah, so this stuff that we're building here won't be used for the turbo motors. All right, well, that's too bad then. So in that case, then we'll just go ahead and but we were looking at something earlier, or I was looking at something earlier with respects to the wire. I don't know what it was. Honestly, I don't recall what the hell I was looking at that I needed to make cable and wire for, because clearly it wasn't the turbo motor stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Now here's the other thing, with respect to the fused modular frame. The fused modular frame is used in other things. Well, I mean, it's the fused modular frame is as far as an assembly stuff, it's only used in the pressure conversion cube and the thermal propulsion rocket. I'm not worried about that rocket thing right now. The pressure conversion cube is used down the road to make nuclear pasta, which I have no idea what nuclear pasta is. It's used to make the plutonium fuel rods. So what I may... Nuclear pasta is... Oh, nuclear pasta is just an elevator item. Okay, so I'm not too worried about that. But it is used in making the plutonium fuel rods. But I can... the fused modular frames... Because I would need to bump up the production of that, which we could technically do. That's not that hard to do. There's a lot of stuff in the a couple things I'd have to boost up, but yeah, for whatever reason I cannot think of what I needed, what I was looking at doing wire for, unless it had something to do with potentially the future weapons. All right, well, with that being said, then I don't know. Trying to think here, if we want to, I gotta try to think of what the hell why I wanted to do that. Yeah, because for the life of me, I don't know why. What the? Unless it was for me to make more computers. Maybe it was for me to make more computers. Because computers do require cable. Well, the basic recipe for a computer requires cable. The CAT computer and circuit board is in quick wire. Shit, I don't know. Or maybe it was a high-speed connector. That's the only other thing I can think of. Is a high-speed connector. Because that requires cable in its basic recipe. The high-speed connector is used in the manufacturing of the drone port, the control rods as an alternate recipe, which we may end up using. Homing rifle ammo if we ever decided to make that. It's an alternate for a radio control unit if we go with the heat, for the heatsink side. Yeah, so I think it was a high-speed connector is probably what I was looking at that required cable and quick wire. Because the current recipe I'm using is actually the same recipe. This is quick wire cable and circuit boards. But the thing is, the cable, from the cable perspective, there's an alternate recipe that you can use quick wire and rubber. Actually, that produces less quick wire or less cable. I'm sorry, wire and rubber. There's a wire rubber combination that gives you 100 a minute. You can make wire from cat ore at a good rate. So I think that's what I was looking at. All right, we're gonna go ahead and well, here's the deal. If we want to do that, we can re-engineer that on the other side. So we'll just send the ingots down to just as we were going to do originally. All right. So I'm going to grab me something to drink, stretch real quick, and we'll go ahead and press forward here in a moment. Oh, look, we got a little visit from Big Bubba there. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna, let's see, how many, let me see, how many of these can I make? I can make enough to get, to run this. We'll worry about the roof later. So what we're gonna end up doing, because actually let me, you know what? Yeah, I'm safe for the moment. Let me look at my interactive map at something here. I'm gonna close all these other pages down real quick. Now that I got my recipe set. All right, so we're going. One thing we're gonna, and I think the next project, after I get this rubber refinery thing set up, is redoing the bauxite. Well, not the bauxite, but the aluminum ingot production, because I'm going to be utilizing a lot more ingots than what I'm manufacturing going down the road. I believe, as this thing updates, I believe the bauxite miners I have, and I'll just go do this while it's updating. I believe the bauxite miners I've got right now are just Mark II miners, so I can bump them up to Mark III so that I can what do you call it? Let's be careful here. Okay, now that the map's updated, let me take a look at this real quick while the map's updated. So I can bump up the bauxite miners to Mark III to yeah, so right now they're Mark II miners. So I can bump them up to Mark III and essentially double my, even more than potentially, well, because you're limited to 780 on a belt, which that's the part that really sucks. You know, I'll be able to bump up a couple of them. All right, let me see how far this belt can go. Belt can go about right there, theoretically. Let's see. Cool. All right. I'll be able to. Man, it would really be nice, you know, and if right about, I think that, not too long, so. Okay, just, it looked like it wasn't actually centered. Come on. I wish the belts, you know, it'd be nice if they came up with a Mark VI belt, just for the sake of, to match the overclocking that you could do. I've got 2 pures, so I can get 780 out of the pures, and then I've got a normal, which will, I think, on a Mark III normal. I'm gonna let the autosave do its thing for a second. Let me see. A normal Mark III will give me 600, so 600 plus 780 plus 7, what the hell? 600 plus 780 plus 780. That's 2160, and 2160, and each one of these refineries is using how much bauxite? How much bauxite are you using? 120 per. So 2160 divided by 120. So 18 refineries. So that essentially, because right now I've got 12, so I can do one more set of refineries based on that limitation. That's also, oops. Come on. That, you know, that kind of sucks. That belt speed limitation. Oops. The belt speed limitation, you know, is. Come on. If that belt speed limitation wasn't there, I'd actually be able to, you know, ramp up the aluminum ingot production. So I gotta think about that, because I mean, I still need to ramp it up, but alright, so let me see here. Now I'm kind of curious. I want to look at some alternate recipes for that aluminum solution. We'll do that after we get this ran. Ah! Do I have any more sheets left in here? Any of these? Yes, I do. Oh, I got the. Oh, I got. All right, so now you gotta be careful here because there's a bad guy in the area here. I gotta be careful of. Now this guy here, too long. Yeah, there's that bad guy right there. There could be another one walking around. Go ahead, give me a foundation. Go ahead and zoop me down. That's almost online with that damn thing. I'm actually shocked. Stop moving. All right, zoop it down one more. Come on, hit it. That should be even, right? Yep. So right about, we'll go to that one there. Okay. All right, so that there, oh, go get rid of that there too. And that. All right, so now that that's set up, power on this thing is going to get completely reworked, like I said. So for the time being, tap into that. All right, so what we should start to see here in about, you know, I didn't overclock that. Son of a beep. Kill that, kill that, kill it, kill it, kill it. Because I want to overclock this. And since I do have more material now, we can try to fill on the roof. We may see some ore, or something that might have snuck through in that few seconds that I was doing this. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, we still need to do our floor pillars to hold the building up. Speaking of floor pillars, I need to put floor pillars down for that too. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to put a floor pillar right there. So I guess the floor pillar for this one will go right here. Just make sure nothing's right here to eat me. Dude, which one was my pillar building? I had a pillar building one at one point. You know what? We'll turn you into a pillar building. I mean, you're on the ground. Yeah, this one over here might be a little tricky. Just because of power. Well, no, we can just stick some power on the side, on the wall for a minute. So, let me go ahead and get some temporary power hooked up here. All right, we got our floor pillars in place now. Oh, and of course, gotta have these pillars be the right color. As you know, they are supporting the turbo fuel refinery, and so that's red. So there. All right. There are pillars for this guy up here, and then also overclock it. Okay, so careful on the power, or careful because you have no power right here. No, we still have floating power inside, so watch that lower power. All right, cool. And watch out for the bad guys too. Oh. Okay, that's Big Bubba here, I think. All right, cool. So we got our pillars holding this up now. Alright, so no point in us doing that because no, so actually I don't need this one. That really sucks. Let me see here. Well, it looks like they're looking into the Mark III. The Mark III miner. Possibly adding multiple outputs or having having a belt that matches the speed of the output. Now, granted, I think that would only work for. I don't know how that would work. Maybe only a short duration belt, then long enough to hit a splitter, where you could then split it into two different belts. Not sure though. All right. Well, let me go ahead and go in here and clean up our floating poles. And I guess we're taking the walkway back. So we'll fly back and clean up the other poles after these other ones are done. No, I got juice for the moment. So just be careful on the deconstruction of these. Oh shit! Damn it! Here, I think there's a power pole that was over here. I gotta look at now that I think back. Was there a power pole over here? No. Okay, so I guess it was actually inside the building. Yeah, so as far as that bauxite stuff's concerned, I'm kind of torn on that. Make sure you're next to that one so you can do. Not sure how I want to do that. Because while yes, upgrading it will, if I upgrade my bauxites to Mark IIIs, yeah, I can technically get more out of them. Excuse me, but ow. But I'm not going to be able to get double out of it because of the limitations. So like I said, after I get this after I get this part here cleaned up for this power run, then I'll go and I'll what do you call it? I'll look at alternate recipes for the aluminum stuff. Because maybe there's an alternate recipe that will let me take advantage of the bauxite limitation, or the not bauxite limitation, the belt limitation. All right, so go get rid of you. Now go ahead and connect you. All right, so now that here in a few minutes we should see some stuff coming down the pipe. All right, so let me look at. Let me pull up bauxite while I'm waiting for this stuff to. All right, so bauxite, and the key thing is the aluminum solution. That's what our goal is to get. Now, the best recipe. Now, there's two recipes really that. Actually, there's only two recipes because one is a packaged solution. So, the current recipe we're using is 120 on the bauxite and 180 on water, which gives us 120 on the solution. The alternate recipe is 200 on the bauxite, 200 on the water, but we get 240 out. So, not quite doubling our bauxite, but we get double our solution out. So, if our total bauxite that we can mine is 2160, so 2160 divided that by 200, so that would be 10.8. So we could technically do the 0.8. You know, we could downscale one of our refineries down to 80%. Well, theoretically easy enough, but let's just say for the sake of argument we go with 10. 10 refineries, because 10 refineries by 240 gives us 2400 on the alumina solution, versus what we're currently running now, which is 12 refineries at 120. So yeah, that's a good improvement there. You know, that's 1,000 extra. All right, so that 2400 is then, oops, the 2400 I'm just waiting here to see anything come down. We should be seeing something come down the line here in a second. If I have to run up this damn thing, oh, you know what? Guess what? You've got power. Oh. And just the power is spread out. Why are we not seeing anything here? Nope, still don't see nothing. Okay, this is bugging me. So there's two potential recipes. One that uses the 240 aluminum solution with coal, and then the other one uses 180 solution with petro. And both have a byproduct of water, which I'm not too worried about. The petro coke we get from the refinement, the oil refinement. That's how we would get that. Why are these all green? Oh. Oops. See? That's why you gotta check your belts. Alright, make sure all of these are getting their shit. We got one no belt, because this has to loop back stuff. Get off that. Come on. Alright, so this will get us a whopping 255 cat ingot a minute. I could boost I got another bauxite refinery, not bauxite, cat refinement area I could boost up to get more out if I needed. Because right now, our cat ingots, we got two sources for cat ingots on this side of the map. One, well, we just uploaded or upgraded there, which is now doing 255 versus what was it doing before? 90? Yeah, the 255 versus 90. The second one is coming in via lower train here, I believe. That's a coal train, and that's oil refinery 2, so it's not that one. Actually, this is coal. This may be. No, this is plastic and rubber from. Yeah, that's plastic and rubber from the other station. It's actually coming in up here. Not this train. That's going to the main base. I want to say it's this train here, because this is our cat. I believe, yeah, this is our cat one here. Let's see how much he's taking. So it should increase what he's taking. I mean, we're burning most of this anyhow, so. So this here is. That's 321 on that, and then that's the aluminum ingots, which is pretty full. Our transfer, this should increase dramatically. Okay, that was completely unexpected. That's unload. Oh wait, no, I got two different trains. Never mind. That was the silica train that just came in. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, that's right. I got two trains running on this one station alone. One is doing cat ore and one is doing silica. So here comes the, this is the cat ore. So he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 stacks worth. I mean, hell. So this guy by himself, the new one we just did, is going to be doing a hell of a lot more than that, by itself. I want to say I only have one train. Yeah, I don't know if I've got 1 or 2 trains on this line going or not. Either way, we're going to get more cat ore, or cat ingots. All right, where's our door at? All right. So, okay, going back to what we were originally looking at. So, if we use a standard, okay, so let me do this. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and give me a spacer here so I can look at something. All right, so we're at max mining rate. We can pull up 2160. So 2160 bauxite. So if we go with the 200 water, or 200 bauxite, 200 water, it's 10.8 refineries. So 10.8 refineries. Now the challenge on 10.8 refineries would be basically splitting up the 80% for the last refinery, which I mean can be done, but so let me see here. What's 2160 times 0.6. That's not right. Actually, oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. 200 or 2,000 minus 2160 is 160. Now 160, what's 80% of that? So 128. So, but I mean, so we're only talking about 160 bauxite. I mean, except we could, if we could get a split on it, we could, whatchamacallit, if we could probably do a split on 10.6. But let's plan for 10 for the moment. 10.6 max refineries. But we'll plan for 10.6. So if we do the alternate recipe, so we're talking about let's see. So we do this recipe here, which is called the sloppy recipe. I mean, there's a third recipe that bypasses the whole solution, whatchamacallit, but it requires bauxite, coal, water, those three are easy, and sulfuric acid. But that basically skips the entire solution thing. If I can get sulfur, in fact, well, it all depends, but we'll look at this guy here and see how that works out. So 2160, so that's going to be 2,000 bauxite, and 2,000 water. All right, and then that's going to give us an output of 2,400 alumina solution. Now, that 2,400 alumina solution, there are, let's see here, because that's for our aluminum scrap manufacturing. You got your standard recipe here, and you have this alternate recipe here, and then you got this alternate recipe, which is the potential third recipe for, you know, basically taking bauxite straight to that. But if we look at this one here, so let me look at both. So with 2,400 solution, I could do because by the requirement per minute for the standard recipe is 240 minutes, so I could do 10 refineries. 10 refineries that would take in 2,400 solution and would take in 1,200 coal, and that would give me an output of so 3,600 aluminum scrap, and would also give me an output of 1,200 water. Oops. That's supposed to be, that's coal, and that's the alumina solution. That's option one. Option two is take the 2,400, divide that by 180, so that's our base on that, and that would be 13.3, so 13 refineries. Those 13 refineries would require times 180, 2340 on the alumina solution, and then 13 by 60, 780 petro coke. And the output of that would be 13, come on, 13 by 300, 3,900 aluminum scraps. And 13 by 105, 1,365 water, 1,365 water. Now, so those are the two options for the alumina, or the aluminum scraps. Now, for the aluminum ingots, which use aluminum scraps, I got two options here. This one here is actually not as good as this one for an output, because, at least in my personal opinion, because it it's a 2-to-1 ratio versus a 3-to-2 ratio. Even though the 3-to-2 ratio also requires silica, you have better bang for your buck, if you will, with the foundry option with the silica. But we'll go ahead and plot out both of them. So option, we'll call 1A is going to use the 2,400 or 3,600 scrap. So the 3,600 scrap, so 3,600, divide that by 90. So we would need 40 foundries. 40 foundries would take in 3,600 of the aluminum scrap. They would also require 40 times 75, 3,000 silica. And the output of that would be 40 by 60, 2,400. And that's interesting how that, it basically, it ties right back to the aluminum solution on that. Aluminum ingots. All right, then option 1B, which is using the alternate recipe. So we take our 3,600, we divide that by 60. So it's 60 smelters, which would take in 3,600 aluminum scrap by itself, nothing else. And the output would be half of that, so 1,800 aluminum ingots. So basically, again, 2,400 or 1,800. Now that's with the option one from the refinement, or the previous refinement. Then you have option 2A and 2B. So option 2A, so this time we're dealing with 3,900 as opposed to 3,600. The 3,900 divided by 90 is 43. So that, yeah, so three extra smelters really, because it's because technically it's 43 and change, but for this process, we're rounding down. So 43 times 90 is actually 3870 on our 43 foundries, and then I said 3870. 43 by 75 is 3225, and then 43 by 60, 2580. Okay, so 180 more. And then option 1B, if you will, is the 3900. Divide that by 60, and that's actually 65 smelters. 65 times 30, 1950. So extra 150 on that. So I mean, not too. So the option B on both of those, or the option 2, I should say. Option 2 is really not a viable option. It's just you don't get as much for what you're making. So if you're gonna do it, might as well go ahead and get the most you can. Now as far as the option 2 portion is concerned, so option 1, okay, so your primary option 1 is this. That's one. Option 2 is this. Option 2 gives you more than this. And then the next step in this the chain is A and B. A gives you the best. So 2A gives us the best or most output. Granted, it's only by 180 more, but that extra 180, those 180 ingots could, be a determining factor. Now, there is one other option for the aluminum scraps. Call this option 3. And that's basically taking bauxite straight to aluminum scraps. Let's see how that works. So, what we would need. So again, we have 2160 on bauxite. So 2160, if we divide that by 150, that's 14.4. So we could potentially get that 0.4 out, but for the sake of our units, we'll just go with the 14. So 14 blenders that are going to require, so 14 by 150 gives us 2100. So 2100 bauxite. 14 by 100 is 1400 coal. 14 by 50 is 700 sulfuric acid, or sulfuric acid. And 14 by 60 is 840 water. Now that there will give us an output, so 14 by 300. That actually is a pretty good option. It gives us 420 aluminum scrap. And it gives us a byproduct also of 700 water. Which is kind of interesting, actually. We're feeding at 60 water and we're getting 50 water back per refinery or per blender. So, so water-wise, you don't need that much water for this. Technically, you're looking at what 120 water, or excuse me, 140 water. So technically 2 water extractors could provide enough water for this. That would give us the 4,200 aluminum scrap. That 4,200 aluminum scrap in the going with the standard option for the scrap to ingot. So let's see here. So this is option 3 here. So I can just make sure I'm keeping track here. So option 3, we would take the 4,200 scrap, divide that by 90, so 46 foundries. Essentially, because you got to round that down. 46 foundries. So 46 times 90 is 4140. So we would need 4140 on aluminum scrap, and then 46 times 75 for the silica. Need 3450 on silica. Let me just make sure something here. I did okay, good. And then so 46 times 60 will give us 2760 out. So I mean, it would give us out an extra 360 aluminum ingots. Because yeah, that B option is not an option at all. So I mean, yeah. Well, it would give us between an extra 360 or 760 minus 580. It gives us an extra 180 ingots on that. But again, that one there is going to require coal, which technically we are using. Not as much, but we are using it. Sulfuric acid, which we're not using. Water, don't care about water. I can throw extractors in the water easy enough. But is that extra worth the sulfuric acid collection or manufacturing? Because in order to do 700 sulfuric acid, you're looking at 300. Well, you only need 350 sulfur for that. No, you don't. Yeah, 700 divided by 50, so 14. No, because it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So you need 700 sulfur. You'll need 700 sulfur for that. In order to do this, this option here would require 700 sulfur. The coal, not so worried about. I can bump up production of coal. The sulfur, though, that there is the one that's kind of tight. Just because we don't have much sulfur available per se. Not nearby anyhow. Because I got the sulfur that's available on this side of the map that I could easily get to is pretty much all used up. But I got sulfur making the compact coal for the turbo fuel generators, and then I got sulfur also going to the uranium, because that's making sulfuric acid there. That would need 14 sulfuric acid refineries in order to get the 700 sulfur out. Now the closest sulfur, because there's 3 pure nodes that are left on the map and 3 normal nodes that are left on the map that I'm not using right now, and the 3 pures are over in the desert. I mean, and one of those pures would be more than enough. So I could technically, yeah, I could probably drone one of those over. Or what I could do is, if it's close enough to water, I could package it. But the problem with packaging it is packaging is 60, not 70. So we do a packaging, divide that by 60. You know, I mean, granted, I could also, you know, well, because sulfuric acid is a source material as opposed to a byproduct, I can overfeed it with sulfuric acid. Because what I could do is I could make enough empty canisters and basically recycle the empty canisters on the transportation of that. That could be an option. Yeah, so then we would have, you know, and that's going with just the flat 10. If I were to try to get to 10.6, I might be able to do a little bit more here. Now, let me see here. Now, if we go that route with the blender portion, we're still going to need a lot of silica. As far as the silica input is concerned, 3450 silica is a lot of silica. Let me see how much I'm theoretically making as it is. I have a double factory making silica right now. And it's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So I got 26, I got 26 times 2. Because it requires 22.5, so 600 divided by 22.5, that's 26. That's only Mark II. I could actually bump that up a little bit more if I wanted to. So 26 times 2, 52. The output is 3750 times 37.5. Yeah, we're not close. That's 1950. Now, if I take 780, divide that by 22.5, that's 34.6. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, 34 plus 1. So 34 times 2 plus 1. 69, multiply 69 by 37.5. That's still short, because again, we need 3450 on silica. That only gets us 2587. So we're still shy 900 on silica. So that there becomes a problem if we go that route. Still, so the other options, I still need a crap ton of silica. Let me see, are there any other quartz nodes in the area that I can tap into? There are a couple more quartz nodes. There's a pure. and a normal. I could tap into both of those to boost up my silica production. I do have silica being made and just burned on the far by base camp. Forgot about that. I could actually train those back in. Let me see how much silica is that we're looking at that I was making. Nowhere near enough, because I've only got 8 set up. Right. I'm gonna grab me something to drink real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so let me look at something here real quick. So our output on this, which will be the same over there as well, 60 per minute, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12, 24 by 60 is 1440. That's how many ingots I'm putting out. For the turbo fuel factory, I only need 450. That's actually not that bad. And then the, because I'm just thinking of how much it's actually being used on that. Let's go over to main base because I can see exactly where the ingots are going. So we'll catch it. Hey, perfect. We'll catch this train right here. And also, I want to see how much is in here. Let's see what the output rate of this is real quick, just out of curiosity. 411 a minute? Yeah. But 1440 is tentatively what our output rate is for the aluminum ingots, which are in the last train. We can check real quick since this train's stopping. Yeah, so he's full. And I believe we are running, I don't know if we're running 2 trains on the aluminum ingots or not. Yeah, I may put down a pillar for the drone bay. I'm not sure. All right, then I'm gonna see if I can get back in the caboose or the main engine. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Okay, we'll just go right on top. Hello, turbo fuel. With the Gatling gun smokestack. I guess I could have run up there earlier too. I'm gonna do some foundation work on that, and foundation work on that as well. Put down the pillars in the water so it's not floating. Because we use aluminum casings for the fused modular frames. We use aluminum casings for the batteries, and and I think I turned off that manufacturing, maybe. What else were we using aluminum casing on? Because we're burning aluminum casings, or we're burning aluminum ingots right now. We use aluminum casings here for this because these need 80. Okay, so let me just put that down. So we got 80 for the radio, for radio control unit, and then when it's operational, which he's waiting to land. No, he's still, is this still operational? No, but you're not dropping anything off, we're picking anything up. So you're just flying and wasting batteries. Good for you. So he's gonna wait for like so many seconds and then go. Because right now, this is on hold because I was restocking stuff down here. Are we filled up yet? Nope, still got another little over half storage to fill up at a whopping 6 beams a minute. Once this fills up, then I'll go ahead and I'll turn this guy back on. But anyhow, he uses the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 by 60 is what, 300? That's 300 for that. When it's operational, that's for the fuse mod frames, which when we go to start our turbo motors up, it will become operational. Now I have frames over here which aren't going out anymore. What was I using these for? It wasn't the gas masks, was it? I was making something that's no longer being made, so I turned it off. But I don't remember what I was making that required them. Heat sinks? No, heat sink manufacturing is still going on. Oh my goodness, I can't remember what the drone was going for. That was taking over the aluminum casings. Which one is it? It's aluminum casings there, okay. I'm trying to look at the belt here. To follow its what was I using? Ah, damn it. Yeah, it'd just be faster for me to go over there. Alright, turn off the lights. I don't need to see the lights. It's 80. I don't remember what manufacturing these were going to. Okay, you know what? It'll just be easier to go over to the desert station and see what the hell I was using aluminum casings for. Because I, for the life of me, don't recall. Whatever it is, I've turned it off. Because I was sending over quick wire. Actually, let me see here. Oops, no. Is it this? Yeah, this. Okay, so I turned off that manufacturing, so I don't need to worry about that. All right. So the active manufacturing that uses aluminum casings currently utilizes 380. So 380 aluminum casings. So 380, divide that by 60, multiply that by 90. So I'm using 570 out of theoretically 1440. And I would need an additional, or for what we're going to do with the turbo motors, I need 450 more. So in theory, I'm well within my limits for it. And you know, let me see, are there any alternate recipes for aluminum casings? Alternate recipe is ingots, aluminum ingots, and copper ingots. But the ingredient ratio, you know, so let's just say for the sake of argument that I wanted to make, I don't know, 270 aluminum casings. The prime recipe is 450 ingots. The secondary recipe, so we need 270 out, so 270 divided by 112.5 is 2.4, so we'd have to do 3. So 3 assemblers, 3 times 150 is 450, or I'm sorry, 3 times 150, come on, 150 is 450, which is the same amount of aluminum ingots that we're using now, and 3 by 75, so 225 copper ingots, but in total we would get 337 out because you know, it's a 2 point something. Actually, we might be okay. So if we were to, let's say, tune one of those down, because here, 270, divide that by 112.5, 2.4. So if we did exactly 2.4, just for the sake of argument, times 150, that's 360 on the ingots, and 2.4 times 75, 180 on the copper. So technically we would use a little bit less, but you still have to go do the copper ingot processing thing, which, yeah, I mean, couldn't hurt, I guess, because we could just transport over the ingots. We got copper over there that we could transform. So that could be an option. Now the way it would actually work is we would send over a drone full of aluminum ingots. It would slam the belts, so you know that it would eventually, you know, initially we would be sending over a whole bunch. That is an option. But in order to do that, like I said, we're going to need 100. We would need 180 copper. No, actually, those are just copper ingots. Copper ingots, not copper sheets. So that there is just 180 copper ore. So that's actually easy enough. So we could do that. Just send over 360 copper or aluminum ingots, roughly, and then have it smelted into the or assembled into the aluminum casings with we'd have to have over 180 on the copper ingots. Copper ingots are 30, so 180, divide that by 30, so we would need 6 smelters to make copper ingots, and then the assemblers to merge them together. That could work. We could have two assemblers at full speed, one at 40% speed. That would get us our required 270 out. So let's go with that. So that's actually gonna be 2.4 or 3 assemblers, 2 at full speed, 1. Actually, we could just do 2 at 1.2 speed, 2 at 120%. overclock. Because, you know, why have one, you know, this way it's just a simple two-way split, because if you have two at 120, that would essentially, I mean, theoretically that would work, right? Is essentially taking the 0.4 and you're cutting it in half. So a 0.4, let's just validate here. A 0.4 with what rate? I said 112.5. So a 0.4 on that would give us 45 out. And so if we had two at 120 each, that'll give me 135 out, times 2 is 270, so that could work. All right, so then what we would need is 360 aluminum ingots, and then 180 copper ingots. And we're already doing some smelting with the copper ingot, so I could just kind of combine all those together. I could just add, do the smelters together, perhaps on that. Because we would need 6 smelters for that, and 180 ingots on that. So we could go that route for the turbo motors. I think that could work, and that wouldn't bog us down on our whatchamacallit. In fact, what I could do is, if I have some extra copper, I could potentially do the same thing here for some of the ones over here. Oh, you know what? I also forgot. There's one. I knew I was forgetting about one. I'm forgetting about this one here, because the battery manufacturer. The battery manufacturer is doing 60, and how many are there? There's 2. There's 4. So that's actually an additional. So 4 at 60, that's an additional 240. So, and that's for the battery maker. So in total, so 80 plus 300 plus 240 plus 360. No, I'm sorry. This is actually output. So plus. So that there gives us 620. So divide that by 60, multiply that by 90. That's 930, and then add another 360 on top of that. So I mean that puts us at 1290. So in theory, that puts us under the 1440 that we're putting out, because we have 24 by 60. Yeah, so it's under the 1440. And then every once in a while I have this go off just to fill in our whatchamacallit here, which actually I should probably turn on. Because we can go ahead and turn that on for now. What is our power connector? Oh, I have a power switch right here. Let's go ahead and get this going for a little bit. Just for a little bit. I've got the sync turned off on this, so if it backlogs, it'll just turn off the machines. Now the problem is this here, this transfer per minute, it's only showing 1162. as opposed to 1200. I need to check, see if I've got how many trains I'm running on this, because I may need to add a third train for this, or a second train. I don't know how many trains I've got running for this. Let me see here. Let me look at the timetables. So that's water. So I got 3 running on this line. Because there's one right there, guarantee his car is full. There's one docked there, and one just left. So now this could be misleading just for the simple fact that trains are coming in so quickly that it's essentially filling up. But still, I'm almost curious what would happen if I dropped down to 2 trains. Because we're doing a double offload. So 48 on a double offload is so container size is 4,800, and our offload rate is what? Oops, is 780 by 2. 780 times 2. So we're offloading 1560. So it takes 3 minutes to fully offload this. He's going to do a full. Now, train cars will carry a max of 3,200. Themselves, which is basically takes 2.5 minutes to fill up the train. Yeah, so I think I may need an extra train on this to get the transfer rate up to what I need it. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I'm putting in 1440 on the other side. And we're not using, I mean, right now I said we're using 900 and some. And actually not even 900 and some right now, because the battery stuff is going full press. Now obviously we just turned that on, so we're using more. But the fact that we're burning all this, you know, obviously tells me we're not using a lot. But I noticed when I had this thing operational, which actually wasn't doing, I mean, it was just doing 60 per, but it actually drained, was it that one? One of these actually drained a lot. I mean, we could try adding a 4th train on there just to see how that would affect things. I think we'll be okay. And if I see it dipping down, because realistically we should see it, you know, it'll drop down in between train loads and while the train is offloading upstairs. But even with, you know, all these things that we're planning on doing, this thing should still stay full. And granted, this area is going to eat some up, but once once this gets full, once this gets full and backs up, it'll what you call it, it'll shut down the machines on its own, because this thing here technically only gets used by me when I'm grabbing sheets to what do you call it, for conveyor belts. So this all right, so I think we got a plan now. It's a matter of sending over the ingots. Now I got two options here actually. I can send over the ingots and pull off the desert feed. Because what I can do is I can go ahead and reutilize. I can go ahead and empty out. What do you call it here? I can empty out these casings here and just send the ingots over. And then just or I can send over a brand new, or set up a brand new drone. Or there's always another or. If I can do the copper feed, I can do the smelting over here for it. And just essentially tie into this, and over at the other side, keep the existing belt there, cut it off at the what you call it, or like put a smart splitter, and then turn off the one directional feed. Let me see here. Is there a copper node around here that is unused? So I'm just probably look at the interactive map here. That would be the easiest, potentially the easiest thing to do. Is now the question is, where would I do it? Let's take a look. See here. This map zooms out. All right, so we're talking about copper ingots, or copper nodes. Nearby, if there are any. That's the desert. Where's main base at? There's main base. So I don't have any copper nodes. So that's impure. I don't need much, so an impure technically would even work for what I'm trying to do here. So I don't have any copper nodes close by. However, I do have a couple copper nodes I could overclock and siphon off of them. I had a couple impures. I could overclock those if I wanted to. Is there iron? There's a copper node. There's a normal copper node that's not overclocked. I could overclock it. Hell, I don't even have to upgrade it. I could just overclock it, because if I go to a full press 3 overclock, I'll get 300 off of it. And right now it's 120 is being, well, no. Would that work? No, that would, yeah, that would give me an extra 180. So I could overclock it fully. That's, let me see here. So right over here, right there. This one? No. Not that one. That's iron though. And I still don't understand why iron is that color. Because you'd think, I think this is iron, right? Pretty sure this is iron. Yeah, you know, you think iron, you know, you think that would be copper as opposed to iron, but no. What node am I talking about? Oh, this node right up here. I'm gonna fall down, maybe. Yeah, but I can overclock this node, and this node actually looks like it's already. Why are these? I don't know why this is backed up like that, but this is putting out 120 right now. I could expand this out, so basically I can either fully overclock it or just overclock it to what I need, which is technically 120 plus 150, so it's at 270. So I could overclock this to do 270, which would be an overclocking of, let me see here. So 120, a 2.25. Overclock this to 2.25, and I can basically, you know, have 4 for that, and then the remaining set would go up to the aluminum ingot thing, have them do their little assembler merger thing, and then they can then be sent via this drone here. Now it's just a matter of finding a place to set up 6 assemblers. You know, where it's not, right, so I could theoretically, because this is an assembler here, so from a size perspective, you know, gotta find some place that it's not gonna like be super congested, because it's already kind of congested in here as it is. That'd be the tricky part. I mean, I could get rid of this quick wire manufacturing and stuff like that, because I've got bins, and actually we might just do that, because we could probably fit, yeah, maybe we might be able to fit 6 assemblers in here. It'd be tight, but we're not going to need this quick wire anymore, because we're not going to. Well, you never know though. I don't know how much of that I'm going to use up, so I'd rather have the infrastructure here and not use it, or have it set up and not use it, than need it and have to reset it up and go through all that hassle. So let me see. From a cat ore perspective, we're burning all the cat ore we're bringing down, because we're really not using that much cat ore. Because we're bringing over more than we're using, because I think that's the cat ore that just showed up. So I think, yeah. So we're gonna burn a whole bunch here in a second, a couple stacks worth. Yeah, so where would I, because I would like to just tie into this here, and I could do that from under the ground, so I could have our assembler set up out here, and then interestingly enough backfeed it to that, just so So that's an option. So many things now on my to-do list. Really, it's just a matter of finding a spot to set this up in. And I also want to potentially find a place to redo this. We got control rods out the ass. And we have a burn on this, don't we? No. No, that's just a normal split or a merge, right? Yeah. So essentially what will happen is these will back up. And it'll, not like it's not backed up already as it is. Because well, actually that's feeding that way. But I mean, these machines here are already backed up as it is. Because we're overproducing what we need with the control rods. And it wasn't by much either, which is kind of interesting. Because how many control rods are we making here? 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, we're making 28, and we needed 21. Or no, 20. No. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're making 32, and we needed 30. That's what it was. So we're only overproducing by 2, and it's, you know, way backlogged, which is fine. All right, well, so I guess I'm gonna have to think of where I want to set up these assemblers. I could potentially set it up here, have the aluminum ingots come down this way, because if I'm gonna redirect this, then this quick wire may stay here, but this guy here is going away. There's no need for this if I'm gonna make these. Because I can, you know, worst comes to worst, I can boost up the production. In fact, I could overproduce as it is now. As I've got, so in fact, actually speaking of that, so that's 2.4. And that is based on, what is that based on? That's based on what I need over there. So if we wanted to overproduce, for the sake of argument, because I don't know how many I needed, let me look at these filters, just out of curiosity. The aluminum casings that are used in the filters was 3.75. And how many did I have being, how many things were over there making them? I honestly don't recall how many. I thought I was only worried about like 60 a minute, but the so 1, 2, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 of them. I had eight of those machines. So 8 times 3. Oops. 8 times 3 points. God damn it! Come on. 8 times 3.75. So I was making 30 a minute, or I needed 30 a minute. So 30. So that really wasn't that much, because I was sending, you know, a lot more over than that a minute. So, but 30 would require 45 extra ingots essentially. So 360. So if we needed a total of 300 aluminum casings, just for the sake of argument, with this new alternate recipe, or with the alternate recipe we're going to use with the copper, so 300 divided by 112.5, 2.6, 666 times 150. So we would need 400 versus 360, so not that much. And from the copper side, I'm not worried about that. So yeah, we could do it. This one aluminum casing feed could take care of both that we're about to do. Because the 2.6, you know, again, we can use 2 machines and just overclock, because that's how we're going to do it anyhow. All right. I think that we got a possible plan. I think what's going to happen here, provided this thing here is below it, which it is, just barely. We're going to build out. We're going to build out an assembly section back here, perhaps, or maybe. That's the big thing I got to figure out, is where I'm going to build this assembly section. What I really need to do, and I've yet to do this, I need to look at changing how this is ran. I was considering running down here, and that is a possibility, because it is running center line, so from that aspect is okay, until we get to here, because then, because we're talking 2 belts here. So I mean, I could technically run them side by side as opposed to stacked, because essentially what we would do is run it at level 1. Once I find my direction, we can bring them in, run it at level 1 all the way down side by side. And then that would avoid all the all that stuff. That's a, you know, essentially, where are they at? They're right here. So essentially, unfortunately, coal's right there. Otherwise, we would drop it. But what we can do is we can drop, you know, the bauxite here. And then over just a little bit, drop the sulfur, and this way they will run center line and left of center all the way down on this floor here. Yeah, so that, I really wouldn't need to do that because they're gonna be in the way if I want to build my assembler set out here. Now I got room here also to build these assemblers, sort of, because those are assemblers there. And if you look at the spacing, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 would come up to here. So don't really have, I mean, I got a little bit of room. Whoops, I got a little bit of room right here. I could technically squeeze in. I'd have room over here, but I got these things here. Yeah, so it's trying to just find the space for this. I mean, I guess I could put it here potentially. Let me see, how many foundations does this take? So you're on the half, roughly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, let's actually do this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right here. So 1 foundation, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need 8 foundations roughly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'd be awful close. I mean, I could kind of get it, you know, almost squeeze it onto this, I suppose. That could work theoretically. And it would come up almost to the edge here. So I suppose we could do it that way. And it would fit. Oh well. We'll figure that one out. We'll figure that out on the next session. Just trying to, because that there we want to get set up first. Because like I said, the drone's already set up for it, so that's easy enough. I think we only got 1 drone doing that one, and 1 drone should be enough for this realistically. But that's where we are going to call it for now, and we will pick this up later on. So until next time.